Alright, I think we're live. Okay. Um, so let's get started then. So for today, hey, in case I have someone who doesn't know what's going on here, this is like day 18 of my trying to take a brand new account uh, through Gramble Fantasy as quickly as possible. It's currently rank 167. I've just been focusing on ranking up lately, or actually pretty much from the get-go, um, at least until the Magna Fest is over. The target for tonight is 170. Once we hit rank 170, then maybe we'll do something else. But I think that's gonna take us probably the majority of this stream anyway. So that's the primary goal today, to get to rank 170, and then just our daily raid rotation. We're gonna do event after our daily raids are done. So that's more or less it for today, or tonight rather. Hey, I'm just about getting started. I think I'll play a little bit longer since it's the weekend and all. But it's already 10 p.m. I guess. So even if I go for 5 hours, that's already like 3 in the morning. I think I'll play like 5 hours. I've been playing 5 hours anyway, I guess. Alright, so the plan for today is just to get to rank 170, more or less, first, and then we'll think about the other things afterwards. You do have sound on, right? In-game sound on. It's just that my music is too loud, so I can barely even hear it. Let me just pause the music for a second. Yeah, I do have the in-game sound on. So I think what I might do is once I get to 170, I'll do like a Lucy normal train or something. Then I might just host Lucy hard in co-op. Or maybe I'll just get my other account to solo carry it. If I stream in the morning, I need a host anyway, so we'll see. There's no real point to it, because I can't even get the Dark Opus weapon right now because I don't have enough quartz. But it would still be somewhat interesting to just say, hey, you can do this, this is an option. Um, you have to at least get 10 tiers, 5 tiers for the on-cap, and then 5 tiers for the um, skill. So if you're really unlucky, then you might get only 1 tier per run. So in theory, it could take you 10 runs, 10 clears per opus. But more likely, you're gonna get either 2 or 3. The average is probably slightly above 2 tiers per run. So it's only gonna take you like 5 or 6 clears at most per opus. If you catch me doing it, sure. Or you can give me your host, because I'll be looking for hosts when I do that to practice. Yeah, it takes a little bit of patience, I guess. I don't know the word for it. That's why I'm streaming it, right? Because I've done it on other accounts before, of course. You do it while doing something else, like a lot of people do it while watching anime or something. Um, it's a lot of people do it while watching someone stream something. I'm doing it while streaming myself. Um, it's also partly why I multi-box so much because as long as I'm doing something else on the side, right? I don't get bored out of my mind just doing this. But yes, it does take a little bit of the grind mentality to just be able to keep repeating it. At least it's not stressful, unlike like guild wars or trying to farm bars or something. That is very stressful because you're racing against other people. This isn't too bad. Um, well, it really depends on what your goals are. If your goal is to like actually fight, it depends on how your crew is doing, what they want to do. Depends on how much you want to contribute to their cause. Depends on what your goals are for your individual and your boxing. Um, how much time you're gonna, how willing you are to um, put in effort. But Gengo is not a bad class in general, so I think if you're asking me that question though, you probably don't have. Okay. Do you have dog? Vajra? You sparked her. Okay. If you have Vajra, then yes, it's a good idea to get Kengo because you can run Ultima Katana. Do you have it? If not, you should work towards that before Guild Wars. Make like a Ultima Katana water main hand just for Guild Wars so you can farm meat efficiently. Do you have your own Bonito? Do you have a Bonito? Bonito, the summon? This guy. No, I'm not sure if I can find it. Don't have it on this account, but it's the fish summon, the summon that gives you 200% charge bar right at the start. He's going to be the boss for the upcoming oops, meant to say Bonito. Okay, well, so Bonito is actually kind of core if you want to do like Kengo, Vajra nonsense, because the whole point is that they have 200% charge bar, and you start by kicking off. Yeah, it's this guy. What he does is when you call him, he gives 200% charge bar to the entire party. If you have enough friends that have it on support, yes. It's not a very common support. It's more common for people to main this guy, right? And then the boosting summon is the summon that people keep in their friends. So there are of course people doing it the other way, but you need people in your friends list for that. You can't rely on the public, because if you look at water, right, most of the time it's gonna be Varuna or sometimes it will be the fish, but most of the time it's gonna be Varuna or very rarely it will be Leviathan. But it's more common to use it as the main summon. So you're going to have to curate a friends list before Guild Wars. Another thing you need is Kanesige, which is the class champion weapon. So to unlock the class itself, right, you're gonna have to make at least a Murakumo up to element change. But if it's for guild wars, you should actually go ahead and finish it all the way through. Unsigned Kanesige with water element, of course. And you want to use for skill, you want to use the devilry skill, the last one, because it gives like the entire team gets charge bar, 30% charge bar whenever main character Ogis. So because with the Bajra, right, you wanna Ogi a lot basically. Water also has their greed also wants you to Ogi a lot. So you want this weapon as well. You want the Ultima Katana, and you want this weapon. You want both of them. For farming meat, one turn kill, you want to main hand the Ultima Katana and not even use the other katana, the class champion weapon. But for farming nightmare, for like actually fighting the big boss, you want to use the katana main hand. I mean, to be honest, that's from 2018, right? So it's like almost 2 years old, the whole idea. But it still works. So it's not the most optimal thing you can do, but for someone who's kind of new, that's as good as it's gonna get. Now I'm doing the eggshells. So Narmaya is good because she's katana, right? That's one option. UL is also good because she's katana and she comes with debuffs, some very nice debuffs and echoes. But Ultima Katana is only one consideration. Lily is very strong, Folia is very strong. Depending on the boss, you might need Lily because she has a lot of fire cut and killers and heals. Lily is just strong in general. I would run her. She also has very good Ogi damage as well. Folia is strong too, especially because you can give her buff to main character and dog. Then with the class champion weapon, you should be able to just keep it going. But if you want debuffs, then you'll probably want to use UL. Water UL is stronger than people give her credit for, especially in a katana team. Narma is katana, but she's more like auto attack damage oriented. And if you're going for the Ogi setup, she doesn't really do that much. I think what I would first try would be like a main character, Lily, UL, and dog, in that order. That's what I would try first. But I would consider Folia too. I just don't know if your grid is advanced enough to really need her damage cap up, which is the biggest buff she gives. So my recommendation would be to start with main character, Lily. Sure, but even then, I think the stuff that UL and Lily give is just very strong, Because on main character you don't have to bring debuffs. You can just bring like very selfish buffs. Because Kengo has like a triple attack thing. There's like a spell that boosts charge damage by a lot. Kengo has a lot of selfish buffs, to turn into an attacker. So if you bring like Lily and UL, then they will take care of the debuffs, right? And between them, it's going to be very good damage plus a lot of safety, because they both have clear, sort of a heal, and actually I'm not sure if Water UL has a clear. I don't remember. She does have Echo, I know that much. Echo for the party, and she has like a very strong def down, water def down. and I believe she also has a fire attack down, right? Yeah, 10% fire attack down and 25% water damage down. She doesn't have clear though, unlike other ULs. But Lily has it, so it's fine. So you know, between her second skill and Lily's second skill, with Lily you wanna use like her first skill and then the second skill, right? Because then it'll cast it twice. But yeah, between the two of them, your main character can go like very selfish. And it still be fine. But yeah, you definitely wanna make an Ultima Katana, because you're gonna be running 3 Katana characters. Sadly, I didn't get Dog. I was hoping I would kind of get her, but I didn't. I'm gonna lose this shit. Only do this if it's gonna die for sure, guys. Otherwise, it's not nice. I was pretty sure this one's gonna die. That's why I joined it. That said, people are dying, what the heck. Got it right. Rank 200 senpai. Hey, how are you doing tonight? Nice. I have to get there very quickly myself. Think maybe like 2 hours, maybe a little bit more. Hey, you do what you can, man. There's no shame in leeching, alright? If you have people, that's the way forward. That's how everybody goes up. Moving up on the world means you take help where you can. Just make sure to pay it forward later. Help someone newer. Actually, I'm done with this funk thing. What do I want to listen to? Maybe electro swing. Nah. Back to RPG music, I guess. Nice. Yeah, it's gonna give you a huge power boost. So glad they nerfed these Magna 1 HLs. Back in the day, Save and Snake were a nightmare. Literal nightmare. They would never die. Especially if you actually tweeted it out, they would never die. You had to practically solo it. It was better to solo it than to tweet it out. People would just put their shield up forever. Like this one. But unless it's been nerfed, so it gets removed at some point. Yeah, it's easy, right? She was never a problem. She just dies anyway. There are actually a lot of people usually farming Tia, even during off season, because she's a very easy raid to hit the pen and cap it, right? I've never really had a problem with Tia. She's annoying if nobody joins though, because she's actually fairly strong. It's kind of hard to solo her. especially if you go with like the assumption that people will come pump damage in. Then you go join and nobody joins, and suddenly you find yourself with a lineup that isn't made for soloing against a pretty annoying boss. She does a lot more damage than people think. If you don't kill her first, she'll kill you. I guess that applies for any boss in the game, but you get what I'm saying, I guess. In a fight to death, if you don't kill them first, they will kill you. Wisdom. Yeah, I know what you mean. I've had my fair share of really annoying Tia hosts because nobody joined. I was a weakling with fire for a long time. But um, Tia trains are a thing in the co-op actually. I don't know if they are a thing now, but at least during Queen GW it should still be a thing. But back in the day, before even Grimnir was a thing, Tia trains were still a thing. Because Sida is very fast, and she's a good source of pluses. So if you want to farm pluses, she was a good source. Doing like Magna XL trains in general is a good source of pluses, but um, with Tia, she dies especially fast if you have enough like fire warlocks or something. And nowadays probably too fast to really. I don't even know how fast that must go right now. If there are like even if there's even one warlock who is doing it during strike time with um, warlock or legend with Alana during strike time, that thing will melt. So I can well imagine how fast it would go with 30 people. I don't even know if people outside Japan would be able to get a hit in. Yeah, I would figure they can't be they can't be that easy. They will die in like 10 seconds or something. But you get that experience even in Yubaha normal trains. If you do like if you do a 200 or even 225 plus or something train during JP prime time, there are a few fire folks and like a couple dark folks in. My god, that thing is annoying to race. Barely get to take a turn. Honestly, don't get to take a turn. At some point, the Water Bonito setup becomes too strong again. It's if there's if there are a lot of people trying to do the whole lucha nonsense, you'll die in tag. You tag and you refresh and you counterattack because it's already dead. So in that scenario, Bonito is king again. Because you just Bonito attack and you're done. Honestly, don't understand why they really nerfed the health of Yuba normal. Um, in a way, I'm glad because it did make the trains a little bit shorter, but they were already kind of they're already at 30 minutes 40 minutes before the HP nerf. Now they're like 15 to 20 minutes. It's getting a little ridiculous. I think what I would have preferred would have been if they added a blue chest to that instead. Don't nerf the HP, but add a blue chest. Rising Force might be stronger if you have like Vampy and stuff. But if you just have Dog, Kengo might be stronger. I'm not 100% sure. I haven't actually tested them against each other. With Kengo, you just get the Ultima buff. That's the biggest advantage, I guess. For one turn, that has to be very strong. But if you can take more than one turn, then Rising Force is stronger for sure. Oh, this was a rank 123. I didn't notice. Alright, let me help you a little bit then. I need to do that too sometime. I need to get a Kirin, I need to do a bunch of nonsense. I forgot just how many times you have to do the Wanglong and Kirin raid when you're new. I did it twice too, but I still forgot. There's just so much. And especially as a new player, you can't do the Proud quest, so you don't get the free golden anima every event. Well, I hope I'll be strong enough to do it though. I think I will be. Next Rise of the Abyss, I should be able to do the Proud quests. Problem is I'm very low on berries already. I don't really wanna... I don't think I can afford to spend berries on Wanglong and Kirin much. I wish Scratcher had given me more berries. It didn't give me nearly enough berries. Mustache, I got some stupid rings instead. Not even the good ones, just the sad rings. But even the good ones are kinda questionable when I'm new anyway. Like the rings don't really do much. I would much rather have taken berries. If it comes down to it, I have friends and my other accounts have a whole bunch of Wanglong and Kane hosts stored up. I kinda don't want to do it though. Kinda pointless anyway right now. Like I said, I don't have quartz and stuff. But like in a couple of weeks, if I have quartz and I find myself gated, I might just do that instead. Assuming Twitter dies down. Usually does. Twitter is only active for like, no, not Twitter, I'm gonna put a GBF Raider. Wanglong and Kirin is active for a couple of weeks after Rise of the Beasts and then stop very active after that. It's right at the top, I think. Yeah. Seems not too bad for now. I might lead a little bit actually, if I can. Do you even have Agni or Siva? You at least need like Agni or Siva to play that grid. There's no point just grinding it if you can't actually use it, alright? Make sure you're... I know a few people who found bunkles but they didn't have the summons and it's just like, what? Okay. Yeah. I know a couple of people who grinded out the bunkles but can't use it. Especially Hector Fist. I know a couple of people who have grinded out all 16 fists, right? Four full copies. But they can't use it because it only makes sense if you have a juice of your own. Because otherwise the skill doesn't work. I'm just like, why did you farm it when you don't even have a juice? But then again, on my main account, I got 7 marks before I had a way to use them. Way back when. I was very new and people kept telling me, Murgle is good, water is the way to go. So I got 7 of them. But then I didn't have Uno the Eternal, and I didn't have Verna, and I didn't have Europa. I basically didn't really use it at all. Because by the time I got Uno and Verna and all that, AKs were out, you know. And Earth was king. So I played Earth instead. It was ridiculous. My marks are totally wasted. Yeah, it was a classic case of wailing before you're ready. I did play water a little bit though afterwards when ball got released. 2 ball 4 mercs grid was pretty good. It's actually pretty competitive for like 1 whole year. Did you uncap that with dupes? I hope you did. I hope you didn't actually spend Dama bars into it. Benedias are not bad actually. Benedias are better than you think. Um, but Benedia definitely requires like um, more than 1 copy to really get full benefit out of it. You can of course use it as like the token normal mod represent, but Benedias are useful for the 100% crit grid, double Agni, Agni. I should probably say it the way it's actually said, pronounced, instead of trying to be all American. Agni. Yeah, but you need 2 Agnis, double Agnis, and then you can get 400, full 100% kit. Guaranteed crit with if you have 4 Benedias or a couple of Benedias and a Sibabo or something. Actually, the best grid for 100% crit probably is like you run Leviathan Malice. He drops like the new. He has a weapon drop, the fire staff that it's called Kaladanda, which would literally translate to like the staff of death or the rod of death, which is a kind of cool name, I guess. But yeah, Kaladanda that Leviathan Malice drops. It has progression and crit. It's a very strong weapon actually. Problem is farming that. Oh my god, Malice raids fucking suck to farm, and Leviathan Malice there is like nobody even hosting it. So it's really annoying. I don't even have it on my mainnet. I have 1 copy, but I don't have the other copy. You need both. Because what you want to do is like you want to run 2 copies of Kaldanda, and then you want to run 2 Benedias. That's that way you can get to 100% crit. If you're doing normal echo stuff, that's the way to get it 100% crit. And then oh, what about your own Siva? Well, you never use your own Siva anyway for like things like Guild Wars. What you do is you cross the Siva. You bring other accounts, or you have people helping you. You cross someone else's Siva. You don't bring your own Siva. The grid is actually super strong. It's the meta grid basically for Guild Wars. So Benedias aren't bad. It's just they aren't useful in like. I don't want to spend berries for this actually. Well, there are quite a few hosts actually. Maybe I should track this. But if I want to track this, then I do want to use berries. Because I'll sit on like one. Just enough to join one. God. Too slow. The reason I stopped doing this was because I felt like I wasn't really getting the blue chest fast enough. I was slowing down my ranking. But I might still want to do it while there are people hosting it still. What did I need for the next step of the Seraphic? A whole bunch of bullshit. Oh. I don't have enough of this to trade for all of this. I need to leech Celestia Gel anyway. I guess I could do that. Where's he at? Level 100 Celeste. Hello. Oh, I I think I replied to it, but basically for what you're trying to do, Kengo is going to be stronger because you're running two other katana characters, right? So you can just for one turn kill, you can use Ultima Katana main hand. For like a longer fight, you can use class champion weapon, the Kanesige, and keep the Ultima Katana in the grid. Because I mean, you want all the classes anyway, right? Eventually, but Kengo is better given your characters, and also Kengo is easier to. Yeah, I understand. I'm in the same boat. Because if you're new, you're gonna want to optimize your grid such that it pumps out as much damage as possible, as quickly as possible. And for your party, because it's oriented around dog, and you have a very good another very strong katana character in UL. I suggest Kengo. And the Ultima Katana is probably the strongest weapon you can get right now. Once you have progressed a little further, and you have Opus and stuff, that's when Rising Forces starts signing. But I think someone else also asked about Rising Force versus Kengo earlier. More or less my comment was that for one turn kill, Kengo is probably still stronger for doing a Yuba normal train or something. Just because the Ultima buff is that strong. If you only get one turn with Bonito, Kengo is stronger. But if you get more than one turn, then Rising Force is stronger. At the very end, that is. I'm gonna need so much. I'm gonna need to leech read this. I'm gonna need to leech this raid so much. It's actually unbelievable. Because I need the black balls for like practically everything I'm going for. I think I might need in total like 300 black balls or something. So that's 300 of these raids at least. So that's at least 600 berries just on Celeste. Why is nobody joining my TM, man? That's when it gets annoying. Suppose I might as well try my hand at casino while that thing dies. This is a low, but I'm gonna go high. Okay. I think this is a low. I don't know. I've been burned so many times. Okay, now this one's gonna be really hard. I feel like it's a high, but okay, I'm done. That's it for today. Got lucky. Yay. I hate casino, man. I really wish they would get rid of it. It's a totally bullshit experience. And new players are forced to do it so much. It's not a problem for veteran players, but new players don't have a stockpile of steel bars and moonlight stones, and you're forced to do it so much if you want to progress quickly. I think casino is probably my biggest complaint about the new player experience. It totally doesn't have to be there. there for no reason. Hey, how are you? How do you know my name actually? How do you know I go by Infini and not just Infi? Do you know me from somewhere else? I'm spooked out right now. Intuition? I don't buy that. You must know me from somewhere else. Spill the beans, my man. How do you know me? So you have killing sword, bow, and harp now. Okay, congratulations. Um, okay, you just got lucky, I see. But yeah, I used to go by Infini. Just shorten it down to Infi. Used to go by much longer, but it back when I was super young, my full tag was some super ridiculous nonsense like 4 second infinity health spawn or some bullshit nonsense like that. Yeah. Yep. At some point people just kinda stun. Yeah. Cause I mean King Host is just weird to say. Is it King Host or is it King Ghost? You know, like a ghost that's your kin. Cause some people would read it King Host. I'm not farming for SLS claws. I'm farming the uncapped materials for different other weapons. You need the you know the black balls that's guaranteed from this raid for a lot of things. This thing, and I actually want this thing also. So these are the things I'm farming for. If I get claws along the way, fine. Okay. Okay. So it's more correct to call you Ghost than Phoenix, I see. I'll keep that in mind. Yeah, in my case, I haven't gone by Infini in like, I don't know, 5 years or something. Okay, that's a good idea. You want to unlock Arcarum as quickly as possible. Um, but you know, you should continue leeching. While you're going through the story, you should continue leeching Kirin. Because you also want to uncap them. You can uncap them, you know, to skill level 15 at least. Actually, I'm not sure. You might not have hosted Kirin. You need to host the raid to be able to uncap them. I'm not sure if you have any seals. You can actually get the seals just from leeching as well. So if you leech enough, you'll get seals to host as well, but that can depend on luck because you can get the same seal over and over and you don't get a seal for the other color. No, you do the pendants still. You do your daily magna grind still. It's not for pendants. It's for fodders and things like that. Also, you do want a magna green around. You want because there are a lot of content in the game, like a lot of raids and quests in the game that is limited to being on element. So like you cannot clear them with dark. For example, there's going to be a proving grounds event next week for water, right? You cannot farm that with dark. You have to farm that with earth. So you do still want, at least a Magna 1 grid for other elements. So you can do things like that. It's just focusing on Dark Highlander to get to the end game is a good idea, but that doesn't mean you should just completely ignore everything else. Tia Omega. Why are you farming Tia Omega with your Earth team? You should either use your Dark team or your Fire team. But honestly, since you're so new, you should just tweet it out. You don't fight her, you just like host her and tweet it out. Because, oh, you meant Snake, okay. Even that though, it's more efficient to just send it to someone else. Get some stronger veteran senpai to come kill it for you. I think I hosted all of these, right? Did I host her twice or only once? Only once, okay. She took so long to die, I didn't even remember. Yeah, make sure you get to, honestly, make sure you get to live rank 101 first, as quickly as possible. Because then you get to do the HL version, right? Hosting is just going to be better, And even for leeching HL version is much better. Because like I was showing you, right? The balls, you need them for a lot of things. So if you can host the HL version, there's no reason to host or leech the HL version. Oh, well, as far as hosting goes, you should host the normal version too anyway, because it's gonna give you, um, you know, hosting is quick and it gives you a lot of fodder, so it's never a bad idea. But as far as leeching, you want to leech the HL version if you can, and they die fast enough nowadays. Back in the day, they used to die too slow, so there was an argument to be made that, hey, no, you should go leech the normal version instead because they die quicker. So you're being more efficient leeching. But now even the HL versions die pretty quickly anyway. So especially during Magna Fist as a new player, your primary goal is to rank up anyway. So this is just leeching on the side. Without feeling 4. My window got resized. I hate when that happens. I need 30 of these, holy crap. I only have 2. That is not cool. It's the best way to farm that thing. I think the most efficient is to do what I'm doing, but if I want just that, alright, time for magnitudes. No host crystal, only one host crystal. She should die within seconds, right? It's weakened. It's her guild wars. She has no HP. I expect her to die in like 20 more seconds. If not, then this is a dead game. Wow, it has not filled up yet. There is something wrong. Seems like people have moved on from Magna 2. Hey! I'm doing alright, how are you? I'm just feeling a little lazy tonight. Probably didn't get enough sleep, to be honest. How are you? Trying to get to rank 170. Then once I get to 170, I'll do something else. I mean, I'm gonna still keep grinding ranking, but for now the goal is 170. It's kinda unfortunate that I didn't get any primal aid on this account. Actually don't have any summons to speak of. Premium gacha gave me basically no summon. Wow, my Europa still hasn't died. That's amazing. It is the same, yeah. I actually wanted like some summons at least because I did a complete spark, right? Of course, Hades would have been the nicest, but I would even take something like Zephyrus, right? Because Wind Primal has a very strong FTP grid. So without spending too much money, I could have done like super well. But you need the primal, sadly. I don't have the primal. At some point I might farm. A casino just so I can go play a Wind Primal. That took a lot longer than I thought for my Europa to die. But I got a golden anima, nice. Europa is actually really nice about that. Just I haven't got to host her much because I didn't get much host crystal from Snake. But I should be fairly close to uncapping this guy. Okay, 2 more and some quartz and this is stuff. No host crystal. It's a little bit unfortunate. I'm getting a little unlucky with the host crystal thing, I think. Because I've been doing them daily. My Magna when it chills. And every day I've only gotten to host like half the Magna 2s. On the other hand, I think I must be good for characters now on almost all elements. Only Earth is really struggling. I might do a very early spark rather than wait for summer or something. I might spark, depends on how much crystals I get, but yeah, I should be able to spark very quickly. Or maybe I'll just wait until at least summer. Hopefully I get some summons. We are not gonna get a roulette or anything for the summer. It's just gonna be 10 rolls most likely. About 10 days of 10 rolls at best. But should be some broken characters. Most likely Earth characters too, which kinda sucks. Because that means that they baited people into picking Christmas Earth characters. So, Ghost, did you join a crew first? Have you joined a crew yet? I have told you, I've given you a plan before, right? What you should do instead is try to focus on leeching. Because you are too new to actually fight the bosses. You should join a crew that tries to get to like C tier or B tier at least. Uh, but don't worry about fighting the bosses too much yourself. I believe you picked Sarasa, right? From what I remember. You have Sarasa, right? And Lunalu, I think. So what you can do is there's going to be a low HP boss called Eyeball. Looks literally like, oh, you picked Siete. Okay, you're not the person. There were a couple of people yesterday. Okay, so you can't do that. But you can. I don't know how strong your dark is now. I know you're going for something similar to my Highlander grid, but this is strong enough to kill the eyeball in just like 2 clicks. It's a die to like conjunction into Joy's one, so you can do that on one window. On another window, just host extreme, and on a third window, just leech Nightmare 100 or Nightmare 95. But in the once you have like so you just host and tweet it, right? The extreme, and then yeah, actually talked about on April 1st. I talked about that a lot. Like I repeated that at least like 5 times, saying, "Hey, people, if you don't have it, go get it." But yeah, you can just do eyeball on one window, and then you can just do extreme, host extreme, because eyeball is a single quest, whereas extreme is a raid, so you can do that. And then on the third window, you can leech Nightmare 100. And you can also host nightmares on your second window once you have enough, because extreme is gonna give you the material to host Nightmare 100 or in any nightmare really. So I hosted him twice. Only one host crystal again. The rotation today is going to be very short because we don't have host mats. I don't know if Naru will necessarily be power creeped, but it's still kind of that is a possibility. It's kind of annoying. They really should have hosted the Earth Guild Wars between Christmas and summer. actually kind of curious. Is it does the MVP chest also have that? I feel like extremely gated by the true animes right now, so I'm just wondering. Okay. Yeah, it's the host one. Does the MVP one also have it? No. So you either get it from hosting or from the flip. Okay, there's one in blue. Okay, for the HL version, it's also in the MVP chest. Okay. Hmm. I need to theory craft something then, because I don't want to spend all the time doing just that. Let me theory craft what I can do against this girl. Okay, I can probably make the sword. Because I want to at least hit blue chest on her, I guess. But I need to do some nonsense probably for this too. Angel, hello. I can actually do it, huh? Oh, it's this one. Oh, sorry, I missed your question. Um, yeah, so my main character is I'm actually using Chrysar, but you can use Gladiator. The important thing is that you have so Gladiator has this skill called Decimate. It does multiple hits. The the campaign quest, right? The special stage. Uh, the rules on that are basically that each damage instance, yeah. So each damage, I know what I'm doing, right? Because this is not my first account. So kind of the point of what I'm trying to do here is help people like you or some people who have been playing for a while and just wanna might not know a few things or figure out how they can do something better. Um, but anyway, so for the specialist stage, the rules on that are that each damage instance, no matter what you do, like even if you have a spell that would do like 1,000,000 damage, if it's one hit, it's only gonna do 30,000 to that boss. So each hit does only 30,000. But characters like Kolulu, right? Her second skill, it does 6 hits. Okay, so even on that boss, Kolulu would do 6 hits. So if each hit does more than 30,000, then it would die just, it would come to die, close to dying from just Kolulu's stuff. It actually has like 240,000 HP, so Kolulu alone would not kill it, but it, Kolulu combined with some other multi-hit skill would kill it. But in the case of main character, there's this skill called Decimate, and you get that skill by basically unlocking. Yep, you want multi-hit skill, right? So Decimate normally does 5 hit. So this is a skill that Gladiator class has. So you need to unlock Gladiator first. So normally this does 5 hit, but the special thing about the Gladiator and Chrysaor classes are that they essentially dual well, right? And so for them, not only is the main hand important, it's also important what you put on the first slot up here, right? So as long as they're both either a sword or a katana, that skill actually does 10 hits. So if each of your 10 hits are doing 30,000, then you're gonna do 300,000, right? And the boss only has 240,000 health. So the main character can kill that thing by herself basically. And you don't even need a super strong grid because as long as you play dark, you can just bring just about like a very weak grid and you would still be able to do that much damage to that boss. So that's what I've been doing basically. First I unlocked Gladiator, then I unlocked Chrysaor, because Chrysaor is a strong class in general. And yeah, I've just been spamming ranks. This is not the only setup. Oh, I need to actually kill this guy first. This is not the only setup to farm the special quest. There are others, but this is the easiest. So yes, it's a tier 4 class. You can't get it unless you make one class champion weapon, right? But you can make any class champion weapon. It doesn't have to be the class champion weapon for Chrysaor. It can be for any class, and I strongly recommend that you make the class champion weapon for Bandit Tycoon because it increases your drop rate. So the class champion weapon for Bandit Tycoon is called Oliver. So that's the class champion weapon I made, right? It's a dark gun. That's why I made it. You don't have to make it dark, but because I'm focusing on dark, it's called Oliver. This is the one that I recommend you make because it increases your drop rate. And you, as a new player, you are going to be leeching a lot, right? As in just joining other people's host, or you're gonna host and later somebody else kill it. You're not going to be focusing so much on damage dealing as a new player. So I would recommend making this class champion weapon first. You should also unlock this class. One of the first classes you should unlock. But yeah, Chrysaor should be a consideration as well. It's a very strong class. I think I unlocked Bandit Tycoon first and then Chrysaor, because Gladiator actually does the job of killing the special quest just fine, right? So you don't need Chrysaor right now. It's just I picked it up because I had enough CP. Actually, I can pick up another class right now. Let me think about it. Tempted to pick Upsurge actually. because upstairs got a new skill that's very strong. So I'm actually tempted to pick upstairs. I need 9 more. Okay. I mean, if you seriously want to do it, you need a lot of HP and you need to be able to do your 10 million damage trial, right? So at rank 170, I find it very hard to believe that any other element, but probably dark is the only element that can do it. Other elements won't. They don't have a way to both hit the HP requirement and do the damage requirement. But dark, assuming you get like the magnitude staffs, right? If you get like 3 staffs or something, and then the rest are claws, and assuming you have Jui, you can do both. You can hit the damage and you can have enough HP to play. But otherwise, at rank 170, any other element is going to struggle. Maybe Primal Wind. You know, if you get lucky with Jeff, then you can maybe play Primal Wind. Especially, you know, you don't have to. Even if you don't hit the damage, you can still contribute by like bringing along Urius to debuff. Okay, what all am I missing here? I'm missing my dagger. I would think she's immune to that, but we'll go find out. Actually, let me fight her first, because it's gonna unequip that. As far as hosting this thing, I am out of host crystal here, so Avatar is the only one. Yep, she's immune to that, as expected. Damn. She is strong. Uh, code for Avatar. It's that, but I feel like you're probably gonna be too late. Seems like there are a lot of people in here. Um, I'm just gonna try to take Decimate and Caesar out, I guess. Actually, I should play Wind or something. Yes, all row 4 classes are like that. That's the big reason you want to get all 4 row 4 classes. It's so that you can customize your main character a lot better, right? That's kind of the point of yep. Uh, so it's not just even row 4 classes. There are also um, I used my anniversary ticket for the skills, yes. Because I knew I was gonna go into dark for what I was trying to do. And also it's just the strongest. Yeah. So EX2 classes also have the ability to customize your main character, but unlike tier 4 classes, you have to make their class champion weapon to get it. Like tier 4, any class champion weapon, as soon as you make Oliver, you can get everyone else, right? Every other class. But for EX2, you have to actually get every single class champion weapon for the class to get it. Yeah, I talked about skills a lot, so I don't want to really repeat myself, but I think unless you have already started the grind, like you already have a 1 or 2 star copy, and unless you have the ability to farm it very efficiently, like you have a very strong light burst. So intermediate tier players, right? Because actual HL tier players most likely already have it. So intermediate tier players that are like rank 170 or so and have a strong light, those are the only ones that would benefit from picking something else. In which case they should probably pick Magistas or something. Uh, Unlocking classes, sure. Unlocking classes are is more about having enough class points. Do you have this thing is the more important question. It's not about whether or not your grades are good. You should go check what I was doing for like on day 5 or something, which is when I hit HL, I think. Uh, Check my VODs from my first week that I was doing this, um, because that's when uh, that's when I was going through, around your ranks on capping classes and things like that. Uh, but how do I fight this granny? Think I can cheese her better with wind. Okay, actually, I wanted to copy this over. Change the class to Valkyrie. Celsius fragment, is that the actually don't remember what that's the Celeste, the thing to farm Celeste, right? It's the black beads, I believe. Celsius fragment apparently. Oh, okay, it's the Arcarum fragments you're talking about. There isn't really, unfortunately, you just have to repeat for those Arcarum fragments. You just have to repeat the. And this guy is what he's talking about. Yeah, unfortunately, there is not much you can do. This one's kind of down to luck. You just have to repeat the route. So Celsius fragment is from the third route, and you just kind of have to. You have to repeat the route, and make sure you have enough. Like, try never to waste a ticket. Okay, so sometimes you can die and or run out of your TP. Don't run out of TP, especially if there is like a there is a so vent song. There's a we have a very well done wiki for this, right? So if you go search for weapon skills on the wiki, it actually walks you through like the entire process. And recently the game also added some quality of life. Um, so if you're talking about just like the mechanics of skilling weapons, then I would go read this up, right? But basically it kind of works like to go from skill level 1 to 2, you use 2 SR fodder kind of thing. So there's like a skill point system, and the wiki has all the like information on that. But they actually made the quality of life experience that like they improved the quality of life here a little bit because now the game actually shows you itself. Right, so that's what I was kind of thinking you were going at, but let me just finish this train of thought. So they recently added this quality of life where the game actually tells you, okay, you have reached 100% skill, etc. Right, and they even added new features where now you can like so to get this from skill level 10 to skill level 11, I previously I would have needed to use like a skill level 2 SSR fodder, but now the game allows me to like use a skill level 1 SR fodder, SSR fodder with 2 SR fodder, and the game will actually do the combination for me. So it tells me, right, that this gun is gonna first go from skill level 1 to 2 and then they are gonna use it. So this is a recent change they made where you don't have to like go manually skill level things as much anymore. Yep. So as far as the fragments go, unfortunately there isn't much you can do. You just have to make sure you do the route enough, and it's kind of down to luck a little bit. Um, I do believe the TH works on those fragment bosses. Not 100% sure actually. They might have all the guaranteed. Uh, yeah, I never even experienced the glitch because I think the glitch was that if you were playing it with other people and they attack, sometimes your party would attack or something like that, which is very funny. But I haven't done it with other people in a while, so I never experienced it myself. But as far as acquiring fodder, right? So that's going to be a problem early on, and I would say don't worry about it too much. Focus more on like other things like ranking and all that. But make sure you host all the raids that you can every day, um, depending on your time, right? I would not waste Arcarum points on fragments. Please do not buy them from the Arcarum shop. That's not worth it. Arcarum points are for Astras or Sephira stones. Anything else is just kind of a waste. Even the Sunstones in there. You should only buy those Sunstones if you desperately need them. Otherwise, don't use your Arcarum points on anything else. Only Astras for the element that you need, or um, Sephira stones. Fragments, just repeat the route. You're gonna get them. You're gonna get more. No. She's talking about Arcarum fragments. Um, where did Arcarum go? She's talking about these guys. Wait, it's actually the others. Where's it at? Do I not see it because I haven't reached that 8 or something? Yeah, it seems like I can't see it on this account. It's just the route 3, right? So you can use a 0 star Hades, but I would recommend just using Kirin or something instead. So don't worry about the fragment stuff, Vinsong. That's for Arkham. You should unlock Arkham and you should do it every day, but don't worry about like just don't spend your points right now. Like just hold on to them for now. You should, the only things you should buy from the shop if you're filling up is at least for the start. Not this, but you should definitely buy the pads upgrade so that you can hoard them more, right? Without having to do them, having to rush into doing them, and then you can buy these Sapphire stones. For new players, this is the only thing I would recommend investing in early on. Don't worry about like even the Astras. But for players who want to like get an evoker and they know for sure, okay, I want a dark evoker or something, then it's okay to buy like the dark Astras. But otherwise, just hold on to your point until you know better what you want to focus on. And if you are like capping the points or something, then buy Sapphire stones because these are never wasted. Um, Anything else other than like Astras and Sapphire stones are kind of a waste. Even these guys, the Sunlight stones, only buy them from the Akram shop if you absolutely need them. If you're very very desperate, is when you buy it from here. Otherwise, get it from Guild Wars and just let that be in the sub for now. Um, so as far as the Celsius fragment, you can't farm it outside of Route 3, right? So you have to. So this I'm in Route 1 right now, but you have to go to Route 3. Actually, don't really feel like doing this right now. But yeah, it's, fragments are kind of down to luck, unfortunately. 9. Yeah, as far as efficiently acquiring fodders, right? So that was the question that I was talking about. One of the things that you can do is just leech or host event raids, because event raids tend to hand out fodder better compared to normal raids. Um, but yeah, other than that, you just kind of, for now, focus on other things like ranking up and do your daily Magna rotation, right? Like I did already today. I already hosted all of these, starting with my hard, and did all of my Magnas. I even did all of my Magna 1 HLs. Did as many Magna 2s as I could. I don't have the host material for all of them. Um, but now I'm gonna switch to event. It's okay to do these guys too, but these are more for getting material to do UVA normal rather than fodder. Um, for fodder, really, it's Magna and Magna 1 HLs, and then event. So I'm gonna do event now. But yeah, just opening up the boxes from the event and just doing event raids is probably the best way to get fodders. Unfortunately, at the start you are not gonna get enough, so you have to like just kind of pick and choose. I would recommend focusing on one element at the start. I think the strongest element to start out with, all the way to the end, is really dark. But wind is okay to start out with. Um, Light is also another good element to invest a little bit on. But anyway, I was gonna go fight this granny. So let me pick something here. That's okay, that's okay. That's maybe okay. Oh no, it's worth farming it. It's just that it takes time, right? Um, it takes time, and during you only have so many times during, especially during Magnafist. So you said you are rank 95, right? Because you are rank 95, that means you don't have access to better raids like Magna 1 HL. You cannot host them. You cannot leech them. So instead, if you were to focus on ranking up a little bit, right? Like use the same gladiator setup that I'm using to farm it very quickly. Get to like rank 101 first, and then rank 120 or something, then you have access to leeching a lot more raids, right? Like you can start leeching Magna HLs, which also drop fodder. You can host them, which also drops fodder. But not just fodder, they also drop some of the other things that you absolutely need, like these guys, right? Eventually, you're gonna need for each element the centrum for that element. You're gonna need a lot of these guys, and it's the Magna HL raids that drop these, not the normal ones. So the you know you want to focus on ranking up, especially as a new player. After a certain after a little bit, you want to uh, go through the main story to get to like chapter 54, then unlock Arkaram just so you can start getting the Arkaram badges. You want to do some side stories. Some of the important side stories are like the first space, which lets you like get to what makes the sky blue, where you can pick up a Bahamut weapon, right? So I already picked up. I recommend picking a Bahamut dagger. So I went through a lot of this on like my first week, so I would recommend checking out the things that I was doing in the first week if you're like below rank 100. Um, but yeah, it's better to just focus on ranking up so that you have access to better raids after you have already unlocked Arkham. And as far as further, yeah, you just have to like do your daily raids. You're slowly but certainly gonna acquire them. It's just I understand that at the start you feel like a big Ross, like you don't have enough fodder for anything. What do I want here? Let's see if I have a better wind weapon. What do you have? Can you like? I think what you can do is screenshot all your dark weapons and share it with me, and I can theory craft it for you a little bit. Uh, don't worry about the co-op missions. It's okay. Nobody really does them nowadays. They are, still worth it, but nobody really does them. No, don't think she's immune to. So what I want instead is decimate, and what I instead. Okay, let's go fight her again. So I already hosted everything that I'm gonna host today. I think it's time for event. There is a lot to do in the game, right? So that's why that's why I say don't worry about missing co-op missions because it takes time to do them, and the rewards are kind of not really worth all the trouble. Yeah, please. You should host every single raid, not just Tiamat. Every single raid, if you can. All right. Now, if you don't have time, then at least the wind one if you're focusing on wind. So let's see what you're talking about here. So you're trying to make an Anubis. Wow, you have 4. Whew. You're rank 189 and you have 4 Magistus. That is impressive in a way. Um, Man, She didn't use the damage one. I think I used it. Um, so you're trying to make is so you have three Gislas. Yes, it is used. In fact, I don't see a reason for you to play Scale Grid because I mean you can, and Scale Grid is very strong. But given that you have three Gislas and four Magistas, you can actually just play hard enmity instead. As in, like, forget about trying to play um, Highlander. Just play like normal dark with lots of Gislas and Magistas. Of course, the Vagrant. But if you do want to play Highlander, which is useful because Highlander does do more damage on certain under certain conditions. Holy crap! She does a lot of damage. I think she's gonna kill me. I used Grimly too early, I think. God damn it. Uh, yeah, if you want to use a Highlander though, I'd say, well, you can of course use the Opus, one Claw, Opus, Blood Gang, Vagabond, one Gisla, um, one Magistus, of course the bow, you want it to be level 200, skill 20. Basically, like, I can show you my Highlander grid, I guess, on my second account, right? So, something like this. But honestly, you have so many dark weapons that you don't need to make a Highlander. So this is the Highlander grid I run, right, for dark. You can do exactly the same thing. Um, on element, you just replace the Joy Riven with, I think I was doing something else. You replace the Joy Riven with the Seraphic. Um, if you want to be even more efficient here, you can run like a crit Highlander on element, like you can drop the Magistus for a Babs or something. Um, you can drop Bloodgang for like a fight dagger. You can actually drop a Gisla for a Sunya, Ray weapon now. If you for on element, right? Uh, so the only core weapon you don't have is Sunya, but you don't really need it. Like it's not important. You know, it's marginally better, but you don't need it. What you have is very strong, so you don't have to necessarily. Yeah, vent song. Basically, what I'm doing, right? Like I don't kill a lot of the things. I just host it and then tweet it out. Um, I would recommend that you try to find like some veteran players to help you. So you should join a crew, especially a crew that's willing to help out new players, because then you can also go join like big Granblue communities. So there are Discord servers for Granblue, right? GBF Gaijins and GBF International. Um, my crew, well, my main crew is um, like super endgame. I don't think we have any slots open right now anyway. Um, my second account is in a different crew. I have no idea if they have slots open. They probably do, but uh, they're like a tier A and chill kind of thing. I don't really follow. I just like join them for guild wars. My main crew is you probably don't want to be in there because we're a hyper competitive crew. We regularly go to like 8 billion honors or something on last day. So unless you are extremely competitive and already at the end game, it's not a good fit for you most likely. Uh, yeah, let me fight this woman again. Slime Girls. It's called Slime Girls, or used to be called Four Seasons. That's what the slime is about. Like if you look at the top left, right, I have I have a slime that goes blue. Jita is in there, right? So it's a slime girl. And during Guild Wars, I'm definitely in the blue mode. This one, right? Yeah. I should save Grimnir for later this time. I thought she was gonna nuke me for some reason. So I wanted to remember this the other day, but if you're trying to unlock classes and this woman is giving you a lot of trouble, just play Win and use Grimnir. Because the shield is very big, right? And between the shield and hey man, that's up to you. There's no way she can do that much damage, right? Wow. She actually did 6,000 damage to me there. Jesus Christ. This lady is crazy. But yeah, you can cheat her with Grimnir, just like this. Yeah. Alright. Time to level up that class and then I will go back to Chrysaor afterwards, of course. Because for the other classes I need to... So the reason I picked Upstairs is because I wanna... So Dark has a very strong Xeno weapon, Xeno Spear, with like an unknown enmity mod. So as far as like when people not joining problem, um, it depends on the raid, right? By 4-star, do you mean these guys? People should be joining Magnus at least, but you should make sure to tweet out, and if nobody's joining, then tweet out again. But that's where it helps if you're like one of the bigger communities, like I know Discords for Grand Blue Fantasy. You have a crew. Oh, the Bao. These ones, okay. That's what you meant by 4-star. I see. You're talking about these stars here. Yeah. Uh, so you want somebody like you want a veteran player to help you in that case. Um, People who do join these, especially during Japanese prime time. Um, but yeah, there is like if you play around like Japanese midnight, right? That's when a lot of players are farming all sorts of because there are more players online at that time, and a lot of Japanese players have their strike time around that time. So that's when these things die a lot. Um, but the better thing to do is because you don't want to follow Japanese schedule, right? You have your own life to live. So you should go join like a crew that's willing to help you out, and you need to find. Oh, you're living in Japan. Okay. If you live in Japan, then yeah, host these things around midnight. Yeah, like 10 p.m. JST and after, I need to pick a weapon or whatever, I guess. I need Kolulu. Because this class can't... Uh, like I was saying earlier, normally the Decimate does 5 hits, right? It's only that if you have a Gladiator or a Chrysaor with a auxiliary weapon equipped, that's when it does 10 hits. So, because I am now trying to level this class up, I have to bring another source of good damage, which is going to be Kolulu in this case. I want her next to the main character actually. Kolulu. my class is level 20, so I can go back to. Let me just get some EMPs for the class though. So, unlike the character EMPs, actually I haven't talked about EMPs at all. But basically, after you overlevel your characters or main character, you start getting these things called extended mastery points, which you can use for basically boosting some stats for the character. So, for example, Kolulu has very good EMPs to you can put points to improve her enmity mod damage. Um, so some characters are really good sets, some characters not so much. In case of Kolulu, her set is really strong because critical hit nodes are very strong, and because he's an enmity based character, having 2 enmity nodes is really strong. She's actually getting her skill, um, the last EMP, which they usually lock this out for new characters, not always, but usually. So the new character usually doesn't have this slot, which is mostly based on the character's like they try to balance it for the character, so around the character's playstyle and based on what the character is lacking everywhere else, things like that. So for Kolulu, if they give her like a skill cap up or something here, that's going to be very strong because she needs skill cap up as much as possible. I tried giving her, so you can actually use this thing called the rings on the characters. I tried for rolling for a skill cap up, but I didn't get it. I got a stamina, which is, enmity is damage the lower your HPs, right? Stamina is damage the higher your HPs. But in terms of what you get from the ring, +7 stamina is actually a lot stronger than even like +10 enmity. And because I'm not always going to stay at low HP, I figured this was a good enough ring for now. I will try to get a skill cap up with enmity or especially skill cap up on her later. But for now that ring is good enough. But similarly, main character also has a set of EMPs, and all the other characters you can only have at most 18 stars put into the EMP points, and they never gain new set. Like the set is predefined, right? The developers will add one final one for every character, but other than that, they don't get new EMPs. But the main character, every time there is a rank on cap, they get a new set of EMPs. So your main character ends up becoming the strongest character in the game by far, just because of these boosts that you can put in. So another thing to note about is that for these characters, the first node is the strongest. So it goes from like, if this debuff success node, it goes from 5% to 3% to 1% or something like that. So like the first star is the strongest. So for a lot of these characters, you only want the first star. So like for defense, I only put in the first star, right? It was 5%. If I were to put in the next star, then it only goes to 8%. So it's not as efficient to put second star, third star, etc. That said, certain boosts are so strong that you want to put it anyway. Like critical hit is very strong, enmity is very strong. HP is actually flat HP, so it doesn't matter. But in the case of main character, it's the other way around. 1 star does very little, so 1 star only gives me 500. So second star gives me 1500, which is plus 1000, right? And third star gives me plus 1500. So in the case of main character, you actually want to put in more stars than just 1 star. You want to max out. Like if you're picking a node at all, you want to max the node out. And then there are certain EMPs that you should definitely get, like the HP. This one is 3000 attack, 3000 attack for any class. So as soon as you master the class, you should put that in there. For tier 4 and above classes, of course. Tier 3 and other classes you're not going to use. So this is only for tier 4 and EX2 classes. Until mods later, like if you want to make videos with tier 3 classes or something. There are some standard nodes that you want, like attack, HP, debuff success, then triple attack and double attack. There should be a couple of these. Then there is a total party HP at rank 155, which is why rank 155 in I was highlighting it because I got this CMP. So the first HP bonus is just for the main character, but this is for all the party characters. The entire party character got like 1000 HP bonus just from my main character getting to this level and picking up the CMP. Um, and this is 1000 HP that further gets boosted by all the HP skills and things like that. So it's a lot stronger than just 1000. It's 1000 to the base HP basically. And then there are all these extended mastery skills that you can buy for the points too. Tier 3 classes also have some of these. You just buy all of them anyway. They're fairly cheap, especially if you are trying to rank up and spamming uh, the camping quest. You're gonna get a lot of experience as well. Upsurge is an interesting class. It's a good class, but it's just held back by a very long cooldown on its skills. Like the cooldown is super long. This is a very good skill, but the cooldown is far too long. But yeah, so recently they got a new skill. This one, it basically gives you like seraphic more damage for your axe allies. Which is very strong. But yeah, I just wanted to like test that in the future, so this was the class I picked for now. But I'm gonna go back to Chrysaor because Chrysaor can kill a camping quest in one button like we were doing earlier. I only switched to that class to get that class to level 20. Okay, I don't need Kolulu anymore either, so I can go back to Danuya. Alright, so back to grinding rank. Ooh, didn't remember our skill. Must have changed it for some fight. So right now I have like almost 400 of these. I think I'm gonna farm like 100 more, and then I'll just focus on hosting impossibles. That should get me fairly close to 20 boxes actually. I'm going through like the Saga Frontier 2 OST, and OST is good and all, but that song was like getting too repetitive. That track rather.
逃げても無駄だよ。逃げても無駄だよ。
losing pots really fast. Thank God for Camping Quest. I'd have been out of pots like last week otherwise.
げてもだよ。逃げても無駄だよ。やらせない。に
So I've talked about this before, but this is pretty much what you can do during Guild Wars if you're very new. Like what I'm doing right here, right? Except instead of the camping quest, you can do some Guild Wars quest. Some of the weaker Guild Wars quest, like there's a eyeball thing that you can nuke out with, like, it's very small nukes. Um, you can use main character with Chrysar, with Decibet. If you have Zui, you can use Zui. Farm the strongest of the weaker quests you can in one box or one window, and in the other box just like host the stronger raid that you cannot kill and tweet it out, right? And if you're up for it, in a third box just leech public hosted shit just like this, right? Like if I wanted to, I could do that right here. So let me show you what I mean. So okay, if you really want to speed up boxing in Guild Wars, play on PC, right? First thing, Gambler Fantasy is a PC game if you want to play it competitively, or if you want to save time. It's okay, mobile has its own advantages, right? Like being able to play on the go is a huge advantage. But for certain things, grind heavy things, you should play on the computer if you can at all. Right? But basically, this like tweet out on one window, on one window, do the single quest version on one window, right? Do the multiplayer that you can host on the other, and on the third one, just go leech public nightmare ones, nightmare 100s or nightmare 95s, because those are very token efficient. If you do this last 2 days on Guild Wars, within like if you play 4 hours each day on last 2 days, and if you do it efficiently with like just I'm jumping around using bookmarks, right? So I've talked about that before, but because this is a web-based game, You can jump around with bookmarks. If you do this very efficiently, you can easily open like 8 boxes very easily. 8 boxes is nothing actually. I'm pretty sure you would get to like 12 boxes or something. Maybe more. Even if you play only 3-4 hours each of the days on the last 2 days. Okay, anyway. I don't, of course that's, you know, a little bit stressful, right? Because you're doing so many things at the same time, and I suppose there can be purists who say that's maybe potentially against the terms of service. I don't think so though, because you're doing two separate things. The game, if the game allows for it, then I think it's fair game. If in the future they explicitly add something that you cannot do this, then that's a separate thing. Like you cannot, you know, same rate, right? If I were to start this thing, if I were to try to, if I were to try to do the same quest like this, right? You used to be able to do this, but they got rid of this. See how it like forces me to refresh? Now, there are tools that will allow you to get around that. Right? There are tools that will allow you to actually multi-box the same raid still. But you shouldn't use that, because that's very clearly against the terms of service, and they have actually put work to make sure that you can't do it, right? So, I wouldn't do that, but anything the game allows, in my opinion, is fair game. So, they allow you to leech up to 3 raids, right? So, leech 3 raids at a time. And you can host a quest and a raid, but not a quest and a quest at the same time. By a quest I mean single player content basically. And don't feel bad about doing this. Like, when you're new, you are not expected to kill things. And people are actually looking for things to kill, right? So, it's like a mutually beneficial relationship. The carries want to come kill stuff, they're looking for hosts, and you want someone to come kill stuff. You're looking for senpais. So, it's perfectly fine to do this. That is how everybody got stronger. If you can, try to be helpful to newer players yourself when it's your turn. I think I need. I'm gonna stop right at 500 and then start hosting impossibles instead. Alright, see you around, man. Thanks for coming by. Have a good night. Really wish there was a summon that boosted RP instead. This man, RP grind can take some time. But then that would only inflate his rank more, I guess. I got to 500 of these host materials. I'm gonna start hosting impossibles instead now. And while that thing dies, I'm gonna go leech Celeste. So the impossible rate is actually pot positive, I believe, until actually I hosted the normal one, but there's a good reason to host the impossible if you have the time to do it. The reason most people farm boxes with extreme is because it's faster, but for me it's not really faster because I don't have a good enough setup to kill it quickly right now, right? So instead I'm just gonna host the impossible raid and then tweet that one out, and that also saves me some AP because with extreme you lose pots, but with well actually you lose pots hosting, but you still gain it from tokens. So up to 20 boxes you gain both crystals um, and potions. So you actually make more AP back. After that, the extreme is not as efficient because there are no more crystals in the box, so there's not really a strong reason to do it. But the bigger thing is there are also less potions in the box, so you actually start losing AP if you just keep doing extreme after box number 20. But if you do impossible instead, you don't lose AP. So if you need a lot of fodder, like skill fodder and things like that, or island materials and something like that, and if you have time, it's okay to just keep hosting impossible even after you have reached box number 20. But $20 is already a lot for normal events.
戦果は増えないぞ。
あいつらが考えてる。わからねえけど。え？でも。
I kind of want to burst the Celeste Red instead of pure leeching it, because I need a lot of these dark ores, and they're in the blue chest or MVP chest, not just on the flip. Since I need a lot of them, I'm actually willing to farm it properly rather than just leech it. I just need a strong light grid for that. So let's see. It's in the middle of killing the Xeno, I think. That's here early today. No, it's almost 4 hours, okay. Sport requires me to go do Koro, which I don't want to do. Nope, it only needs stones and stuff. That's not too bad actually. The only thing is that but I don't really need it at skill 15 right now. Can probably level up this guy and so try to get this Gino as well, I guess. Sure. Just type it out, I guess. Not sure if you are still here, Zue, but I think you might have missed when I said, let's hear it. Okay, now you're typing it out, alright. Highlander just means a different weapon, right? But the All Might Axe is a special Highlander in that it's not just a different weapon, but it also wants a different weapon type. The skills and the Evoker Kaim, right? Those two things don't care if the types is the same. So like, I have two spears here, but that's okay. They're just different weapons, right? Just one of each. Highlander just means one of each, right? Only one of each. So you can only have one copy of the Celeste Spear. If I had another Celeste Spear here, I would not be getting the boost. But even though this is spear, it's a different spear, so I'm getting the boost. Right? But as far as the All Might Axe, it wants a stronger condition than just different weapons. The condition for All Might Axe is that you have to have a weapon of each type, which essentially means you're only gonna have one copy of each weapon because, well, you can't have two swords or two spears. So it's a stronger condition even on top of the Highlander condition. But All Might Axe is honestly not worth it. The condition is very hard to fulfill, and so one of the big reasons to get Highlander grids is because they give you extra damage cap. Both the Evoker Kaim and Anubis skills, they give you extra damage cap. But the damage cap itself has a cap, so like you can get a cap up on the damage. You will do more damage, but that itself has a cap at 20%. You don't know visibly. There is nothing. There's no like a visible indicator like a buff or anything. But just look at the grid, right? Like, are all weapons different? They work. You should notice it in game though, like with your damage. Yeah, because if your damage cap is active, then you're gonna be doing more damage, and especially in the case of Anubis skills, in most Highlander grids, it's usually one of the only unknown sources. So if the grid is not active, then you're not gonna be doing as much damage because of the damage cap, and also because your unknown mod is not active. Because the skills has two part, right? There is the damage cap, but there is also the boost to unknown attack part. So you should be doing a lot less damage. Yes, it does. So graphite arts on Kololu sphere does stack with skills. Not just that, it also sticks with or stacks with the skill on Bite Dagger. So Vampy's brother, right? His dagger also has a skill cap up, the graphite skill. It works with that too. So you can have a Highlander, very high skill damage cap, um, greed that also is almost 100% crit. So light element raids like Akasa just absolutely melt because of that. Crap is the other one. But the cap up on the skills, which is Graphite Arts, does have a cap itself. So uh, it only caps up to, like, it only stacks up to 40% skill cap up, that is. Um, but the good thing is the Ultima weapons, or Ultima or Dark Opus, those have a separate frame for the cap up, and the Ultima uh, skill cap up can go up to 50%. So in total, you have 40% from weapons like Kolulu Spear um, and Anubis Staff skills and White Dagger, right? Take all of those and add 50% from Ultima. So you can have up to 90% skill cap, which is a lot. Because a lot of skills already hit in like the millions, right? Um, and especially if it's like a multi-hit nuke like Kolulu's, right? Because it's 6 hits, right? Each hit is getting like the full damage cap. So it essentially is although as though you made a Kolulu's 6 hit nuke into a 12 hit nuke if you have all of those weapons. And then if you add supplemental damage, with like Belial and other sources of supplemental damage, if you have even more normal damage cap up, not just the skill, like but damage cap up that works for the whole team with like Sariel or something. And of course in Dark there is the Killing Bow, which gives you a very high damage cap. So that's why Dark is so strong. Basically, it has so many sources of just increasing the damage cap to like very high, very high numbers. That's why Dark is so strong, because it does good damage thanks to enmity, right? But then it also has very good sources of damage cap up. Multi-hit nukes, supplemental damage, lots of safety as well. It even has like normal, if you want to kill a boss the whole fastest way by like just hitting it, then it has 6, and you can copy 6's skill with Lunalu. So that's the Lucha way, right? You just go into UPHL and then dip into enmity and just beat it to death. But for some of the other stronger bosses with more HP than UPHL, like Akasa and Potopama HL, it's better to focus on skill damage. Well, Ultima weapons have been creeped out a little bit, but they're still very strong, especially for newer players. Um, it's not a side story actually. It's an event. It will probably be added to the side story after that, but it's an event. It's a rerun event. Um, I'm probably going to make Ultima Spear just for Kolulu, but you know, you can make up to 5 Ultimates total. So you want to use them for setups where you want nowadays anyway, right? At the end game. Now before that, you know, there are still very strong weapons for intermediate progression, but ultimately how people are using them nowadays is as a second cap up, you know, because you can have one skill cap or damage cap or auto cap, that is auto attack cap or skill cap or Ogi cap on the Opus, right? But you can have the other one on the Ultima. So it's very common to run like a Ultima that hits like 2 or 3 of your characters with a skill cap up, for example. And then on the Opus itself, you have either auto attack or Ogi cap up, depending on what you're trying to do. And the cap up skills work with regardless of the conditions of the Ultima, right? So the reason Opus weapons are so strong compared to Ultima is because, well, one, they go up to SL20, and two, they have like a extra key to enable like another mod in stamina, etc. But another big reason is that they don't have a restriction, right? Like Ultima is, you know, has to match your weapon specialty or whatever, which is kind of not always easy to work around, right? Some of your best characters might not have the semi specialty as some of your other best characters. So running an Ultima in your grid can be painful sometimes. You have to choose. You can choose between your characters, right? Or you have to take the hit and say, okay, for this character, this is essentially a dead slot. But even then, the cap up skills actually work for all the characters. So, for example, back in the day, it used to be fairly common to run like a light sword grid with like an Ultima sword in there, in the grid somewhere, with a skill cap up, and you still run Song with it, because Song has a very strong nuke in Clincher, right? So the skill cap up helped her, even though she didn't get the effect from the Ultima sword, obviously, the normal, damage mod stuff. So you can still do that, and especially nowadays, if you have a full opus and all that, then your characters are probably doing enough damage anyway that you want an extra source of cap up. So that's how people are using it. Pick an ultima that hits like a couple of your characters, so use it as a secondary source of another cap up skill. Also, it's very common at the end game to remake ultimas all the time, because another good use that ultimas have is as a main hand, because they give a lot of buffs as main hand, right? So a lot of very serious guild war players, what they do is they destroy the ultima and then they remake it every time for each guild war. I've done that multiple times myself. So I want, because there are 5 ultimates, right? I only keep like the sword and the staff around usually. Even those I sometimes remake, but everything else, depending on the upcoming element, and what I think the meta game is going to be like, right? Maybe if I'm going to run Lucha, if I think I'm going to run Lucha, then I'll go make a Ultimate Fist of the upcoming Guild Wars element. If I think I'm going to be using, I don't know, some katana party, then actually I keep the katana and the sword. I remake the stuff very often um, because I use Necromancer a lot in Guild Wars. So I usually remake the stuff to whatever the next element is. That's another thing that people do with Ultimates. But as far as good Atma weapon for Dark, Fist is always going to be good because it has 6 and you can run Lucha. There are a couple other strong Fist characters in there too. But just 6 and Lucha is good enough reason to consider it. Spear is good because of Kolulu and you can use Spear in the grid. But with his Spear I wouldn't make it dark. I would if you're going to make a spear, either make it water or fire, I would say. Maybe even wind is okay. You just want it in the grid. You don't need it. You don't need to main hand it because Dark has a very strong spear main hand in the Xeno. Very strong. Yeah, but Fire also has a fairly strong spearman hand in Akasa Spear. It's just that sometimes you don't want to run the Akasa Spear. Whereas Dark, if you want to run a spear, there is no reason not to run the Xeno Spear. Yeah, the boost from Ultima is element independent, or independent of the element. It doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is that your characters match the weapon specialty. That's just like Bahamut weapons, right? All Bahamut weapons are dark, but they actually boost the normal damage of any character that matches the race. Yep. Bahamut weapons are are based on race. Ultima weapons are based on the weapon specialty. That's the only difference. I think that's about as much as I want to invest on this grid right now. Don't really want to spend more resources on this light grid. Just want to be able to hit the blue chest mark. Okay. I mean, you can ask them if you want, if you're curious. I can talk about it. There might be other people who might benefit from it. A lot of people are very shy to talk, right? So, but they're more willing to listen, I think. So if you have questions, go for it. Yes. Ideally, you want all 12 because even the Magna one, you can use it in the primal grid. So it scales Highlander. I would pick primal just because it also gives you some HP, but the highest damage possible because it scales Highlander is usually enmity best. Is actually if you pick the Magna one. The Magna Opus with enmity skill is actually the highest damage on most content. But I would still pick the primal one first. It's a luxury to have the Magna one, because the primal one can also have this skill called progression, right? You know, it gives you slightly more HP when you're using the primal summon to boost it, and it also gives you a skill called progression, which is very important um, sometimes, especially on very high difficulty rates when you're running like double Hades or something, for example. Then the progression skill can come in very handy. It boosts your element attack based on the number of turns passed. Yep. Now if you have a Ray Harp in the grid, then I would run Primal Opus but with Enmity. Or you can run Magna with Enmity, that works too. Am I close to rank 178? Almost, I guess. 28 minutes. I don't think I'm gonna get there though in 28 minutes. So I might have to play 1 more hour or something. Because I wanna hit 170 today. Okay, let's see here. Who can I run? I have some dark light characters now actually. I don't know if I need Mugen here. Um, okay, I probably don't want Mugen. Kill size good. This looks fairly strong party actually. Only question is, do I really want Sandalphon on here? Or do I want Io? I probably have to run, do it manually anyway, because I don't have like a Huanglong to really burst it. Alternatively, I could try to do some mechanic stuff, but that seems like a losing cause. Okay. Okay, let's go do their Fate episodes. slight spoiler, I think. What do our skills even do? Never even looked at it. I know she does some auto nuke stuff. I did it when she came out, but then I completely forgot. Bonus. Went on the move. Ah. Okay. She's... yeah. Okay. She has a passive that auto nukes. Actually, I should probably skill this one too. It's a very useful weapon.
Don't say it. Everything I did was my own free will.
Don't want to use any damage mod weapons, just further if I can help it, but no, the stick can. The skill can stack with itself actually. Progression stacks up to a certain number, but um, it has a big progression. You don't really want two of those harps in most scenarios. Plus, you know, Highlander grid is a thing. However, it can stack with itself, but I think, you know, even so, you should combine it anyway. So in the future, if you get extra copies, that's fine, right? But the one you really only want one copy for now. like I should run you instead in the front.
スツルム殿とドランク殿はその
汝七点を裁きし目視の雷。ギタにやっつけるでもって。少し本気を出す。ついてこれる。時空の彼方に消え失せろ。滅びよ。チェスター。逃げても無駄だよ。導いてあげれば良き結末へ。集中集中。チェスター。はっ。
Yeah, so it seems like our dark is actually better at doing this than our light, even after scaling up the light grid a little bit. Enmity is just that strong. Fortunately, it's still not enough to really. Well, actually that wasn't that bad. If I can, yeah. I just need like, what was that, 30 of these? Oh, they're dying too quickly, I think.
少し本気を出す。消え失せろ。滅びを授けよう。
Yeah. This is what Japanese prime time looks like, by the way. Raids fill up much faster, which is nice, but also not so nice sometimes. Because like in this case I want to actually gain some damage, but Okay, that's feeling too quickly. I'm just gonna focus on event and ranking then. Probably need to go 1 more hour at least. So let's do that. On the other hand, that probably means there's probably more Wanglong and Kirin right now as well. Surely that filled up though. Yes, progression skills are boosted by the summon. They have a base level, but then they get boosted just like any other skill. And then they have a hard cap at like 75% or something like that. Different sources of progression skill do stack, but there's a hard cap at like around 75, I think. There's also a hard cap at how many you will get per turn. So you know, like I think raise weapon can only get you to around 30% or something like that. But the wiki pays on weapon skills, so describe like all the numbers for that. If I want to know the exact numbers. No, they can. Turn skip skills perfectly work just fine. It's on the turn count, not on like how many actual turns you have taken. But there aren't that many like turn skip skills that, you know, skip many turns that early, right? Like Rei herself has a good one. Hers is probably the best, but that still has like a lockout. And you know, most of the progression stuff caps out anyway at like by 11 turns or so you should be kept out on progression. So the turn skip skills don't help that much for just that is.
験で手に入れたトレジャーとアイテムの交換ができちゃいます。
So I need one more copy of Kirin for a full copy. God. I think it orders you by the order you join, but I'm not 100% sure. Sometimes it seems like it orders it based on the HP or something. On the in-game raid list, that is. Never really paid much attention to it, so I don't remember which way it orders raids if you have joined multiple raids of the same type. Please give me a Kirin, come on. There are probably people out there that actually use the Sunstone on a Kirin, because Kirin used to be much more rare before the HL raid came out. Kirin and Huanglang were both very rare summons. Um, so I'm sure there are at least some people who have spent Sunstones on them, which is kinda sad. They must have been hella mad when the raid came out. And they need to reduce the cost of this true anima. 30 fragment is way too much. For new players, you can't progress quickly because I can't buy these. This will be like 5 fragments or something, not 30. I don't really have a good way to slime, sadly. Guess I do have the Arkham sword now, right? What's up? Hello. No, not it. Probably not going to either for a couple more hours. Yeah, I did. Don't worry about it. But try not to get doxxed. I think I've seen your username. You have it on Discord, right? I think. Pretty sure you have it on your Discord. It's Scramble Fantasy, my man. Actually, you don't have it on your Discord, but I've seen it somewhere. It's the same game. This is what I mean when I say Scramble Fantasy is a PC game and not a mobile game. If you want to play it competitively, because this is called multi-boxing. Right, so it's a browser-based game, so I can basically open two browser windows and do two separate things at the same time. Actually, I can open as many as I want, but there are restrictions to it. Like I cannot play the same raid, same multiplayer quest uh, on two boxes, because that would be an unfair advantage. Or at least the developers have decided that. It used to be possible, but they cracked down on it a couple years ago. It's actually still possible on single player quests. But this game is way too grindy otherwise. This is one of the ways people cut down on the grind. So I'm basically like, um, this is a new account that I started. I'm just kind of like trying to uh, leave like a vlog kind of thing, I guess, for uh, people that are new or intermediate, not brand new, but like somewhat familiar with the game, but want to like know what uh, competitive players in the game do, I guess. or I want to improve the efficiency a bit, or cut down on the grind somewhat. There are lots of things that people don't might not be aware of. Simple things, but things that people don't think about. And then there's also, of course, the tech tree. In this game is very large. The possibilities that you can take because there are so many characters and the interactions are um, basically infinite, I guess. And um, the damage dealing system is also kind of interesting, I guess. It's very mathy in a way. But that pretty much means that uh, there's never really an optimal way to play the game because there's so many choices. But what I am trying to show is that there is nevertheless things you can do or things you can focus on early on. Um, the goal is to get to quote unquote endgame as quickly as possible, which once once you have a foothold in the endgame, then even if you have certain things that you haven't done along the way, it's easier to go back and do them than if you were to try to balance everything from the get-go. So in this case, I'm focusing on the element dark, which is probably the best element in the game right now. Um, it's very strong all the way through. All elements are very strong at the end game, of course, but dark is strong all the way through. And so, especially in the case of dark, there is a character called Summerjui. Um, her basically. So her signature ability is this second skill. It reduces everyone's HP to 1, like the entire party, right? And uh, so the reason it's good is because the game has a special damage modifier called enmity, where you get more attack based on how low your HP is. So obviously, if the entire party is at 1 HP, you have an insane amount of damage, right? And on top of that, she provides a lot of safety for that turn. Like you basically take no damage except for a certain type of damage called plain damage. You don't take any damage for that turn, and then you gain slight amount of drain for a few turns. So she's basically very OP in a way. She's been in the game for a while, but she's still very relevant. But yeah, Dark has lots of ways to play around. So it's a good element to focus on early on, and that's what I'm doing here. Goal is to play until I get to a point where I can basically do endgame raids in the game comfortably. There's this material called gold brick. This guy, right? This is the premium resource in the game that is farmable. There are a couple others that you cannot farm, but you can use this to get basically the strongest characters in the game are farmable. So you need to use these to get those characters, or you also need to use them to get the strongest weapons in the game. And then a third use they have is it's a gacha game, right? So you pay real money. You pay real money to get weapons and stuff. But unlike in other games, most gacha games, GBF Fantasy, you can farm stuff to uncap even the best weapon that you can get from the gacha. So you can use this to uncap weapons from the gacha as well. So what very hardcore players would do is farm this very actively, so that they don't end up spending as much money in the gacha. Or actually, Grand Blue Fantasy in particular gives so many free rolls that a lot of players have grids weapons without really like spending money. Um, and also, you know, if you're not a uber space well, then you don't need like all the weapons in the game. You can be competitive if you just focus on one thing, right? So, especially as game adds more and more strong free weapons, and Dark in particular has this version of grid called Highlander grid, where this weapon it basically gives you like a very strong attack boost, and more importantly, it raises your damage cap because the game hard caps your damage. Um, no matter how strong your grid is, like no matter how strong your characters have become and how strong your weapons have become, it hard caps your damage. But then there are certain skills and weapons that basically can raise your damage cap, and it's one of them. But it comes with a condition that it's called Highlander because there can be only one weapon in your grid, basically only one copy of each weapon. So there are some weapons that are very strong, especially premium weapons that you can repeat, right? So you can't do that, but as long as you fulfill the condition, it's a very strong weapon. Um, and it just so happens that Dark also happens to have a lot of very good one slot weapons. So if you focus on Dark with this weapon, you can get very far very quickly. And that's more or less what I'm doing. I'm not sure if you're still watching, but yeah, but that's so. The other thing to focus on the game, especially early on, is I know it's information overload kind of thing. Um, Also, it's very grind heavy. Um, like I've been doing this like 3 to 5 hours every day, last 18 days. Uh, the there are like special times when the game gives like half cost on raids and quests, and gives you extra boost and things like that. So I started the account when there were lots of great things going on for a brand new account, and I'm focusing on what, like, write this sentence right here, right? I'm ranking up hard, which is basically your player level, I guess, right? Says my rank is 170 right now. So 170 is actually an important number. That was my target for today, uh, because at 170 you actually can host all possible raids in the game right now. So the game, like, puts some content behind your rank, and now that I'm 170, I can actually host every single content in the game. Um, you have to do, like, some preliminary quests and all that, but at this rank I can actually host all all content in the game. And one of the things that, if you really want to speed through the game, that you should focus on is ranking up, so that you're not gated, like content is not gated behind your rank. That's one reason. Another is you get lots of different boosts just for ranking up. Like your main character gets higher stats. You get access to extra stats that you can, like, put points into, um, and stuff like that. And what's this? More importantly, the community, like, has a not entirely incorrect perception that higher ranked players are stronger. You know, it's always possible to just, like, cheese ranks like I'm doing right now, right? So you can always have a boosted person who is not, who's actually very weak compared to the rank they are at. But nevertheless, in general, it's true that higher ranked players are going to be stronger, right? Because they have, like, they have all the things that you get from ranking, and in general, the assumption is that if you are that high rank, then you have basically played the game to have a strong enough weapon grid, which is where you get most of your damage in this game. Is by farming like different weapons and making up a good grid. There is like a theory behind this that I'm not gonna go too much into, but uh, the, uh, the expectation is that high rank players have like a decent grid. So a lot of the times, especially in this game, there's this thing called trains, where uh, multiplayer raids, good multiplayer raids, you can only host once per day. Everybody is limited to uh, once per day, right? But the drop rates are very low, or you need like the materials to host better raids, which are also limited to one per day. But if you just host your raid once a day, then you are not actually going to be able to progress very quickly at all. You can't even host most of the raids every day. So what people do instead is they form a chain where, you know, so for example, there is this raid called Ultimate Bahamut Normal or Imperial Ascension. Then there is a impossible or a high level version of it. So this high level version of it is where you go to farm the gold brick that I mentioned earlier, right? But in order to do this raid, and the highest chance of getting the gold brick is in the host chest. So you want to host this every day, at least host it every day, even if you do nothing else in the game. Every day you want to host this raid. But in order to host this, you need materials from this guy, the normal version. But if you just host it once every day, you're not even gonna be able to host this every day. So what you need to do is, this is a 30-man raid. You need to join a train with 29 other players, such that each one of you takes turn hosting, right? That's why it's called a train, because the first guy hosts, you kill the raid, then the second guy hosts, etc. So it used to be that people used to have to like coordinate all that outside of the game, but it was such a common thing that they added a feature in the game. So if I search for like standard repeating quest settings, is basically whether or not it's a train, set 30 players, right? And of course this game is in Japanese, but they're saying, this is saying Yuba normal 30 times, and it's repeating. So if I were to join it, um, then I'm locked into the room basically for 30 turns. I can always leave, but if I leave, then I lose my resources for the day. Um, but the problem is, unless it has a rank restriction, these rooms it takes a very long time. It's like these rooms don't have rank restrictions, but if I were to refresh this enough, I'll probably see like a UVA normal 30, but rank 200 and above or something like that. The reason is because ain't nobody got time for everything. So people want a train to die very quickly, right? I can't. I just know that one because I've seen it so much. But yeah, so people want their raids to die, especially trains to die very quickly. So a lot of the time, the community will say, okay, if you're not ranked 200, and then you're not welcome to join this train. And all the fast trains are like that. Like, and a lot of times, very difficult raids, they might even fail. And if a raid fails in a train, then the entire train is done for the day. So that's why, like, there are legitimate reasons why people want to restrict their trains even beyond what the game restricts. Like, for example, this raid, right? I can start this raid like at rank 80 or something like that, but in the community itself says if you want to join a train, be rank 200. So there are lots of reasons to consider ranking up as quickly as possible, and it just so happens that right now there is a special festival going on, or a campaign. There is a special quest, campaign exclusive quest, which is very efficient for ranking up. So for the most part, I've just been doing that. Other than so on one of my boxes, right? I'm multi-boxing, and on one of my boxes I'm just ranking. On the other, I'm doing something else that doesn't take too much that doesn't distract too much from the primary goal, which is ranking up, which is there are timed events in this game, just like any gacha game really, um, and they are mostly for gathering like auxiliary resources, like um, the way you know the way you progress in the game is by skilling up your weapons, and to skill up a weapon, you need other weapons to skill it up, etc., etc. Um, so on this account, this new account, I'm rank 170 as of right now. May I see your grids? My grids are trash right now. I mean, I've not been focused on making a grid at all. But if right, like, well, duh. It's actually kind of crazy. I don't think. Yeah. Um. Anyway, that's what I've been doing. Nighttime. Alright, have a good night, dude. Stay safe. I'll try. So anyway, Billy Lee. I'm not sure how you go by your name, but um, yes. Um, Obviously, I'm a very experienced player. This is not my first account. This is my third account that I played somewhat seriously. Um, and as far as my grid, right? So I just picked up the Highlander skills from the anniversary ticket, the weapon ticket, and just filled out whatever I could. And I've been focusing hard on Dark, and obviously I've been focusing on ranking, but because of my characters, right, like Zui and Kolulu, I was able to clear things like Magna 2 bosses and all that just by like cheesing them with Kirin, for example. Um, I don't know where you are at the game right now, but whatever rank you are at, try to go through like my VODs from like the past couple of weeks, right? And this is a FTP account except for this. I started with, so I used my anniversary ticket to get Zui, and I used my Stardust account to get Kolulu. Yeah, that's pretty much the only money I've really spent on the game. And if you are like an actually new player, right? And if you haven't gone too far into investing into your account, I would strongly recommend getting a starter account, which is like people roll on like alternate accounts just for fun, right? And so there's a market for them if you are willing to spend a little bit of money on a starter account. It goes a long way compared to like spending money in the game, because you're gonna have like a lot more characters to start with. But then there are also like a lot of these resources, because the game gives out a lot of these resources for free, as gifts here and there. So if you get a good starter account, then it's not just characters, you're also gonna have like a lot of extra resources. So you won't run into like a lot of resource management problem that I am running onto in this account, because it's a brand new account and not a starter account. So I would strongly urge you to consider getting a starter account. There are people that buy and sell it, but there are also people that give out like some of them for free. The ones that you get for free might not be that good character roster wise, but it honestly doesn't matter. As long as you have more characters to start with, than you would normally, right? That's already a huge deal. And more importantly, the resources are also a really big deal. So in particular, if you can get a starter account with like, if you're gonna focus on Dark, right? Zui and maybe Kolulu, but most importantly Zui, that helps out a lot. or you can have a starter account with like other limited characters, and especially like limited summons like Hades or something. But then there's a spark on the account so that you can spark Zui right away. Then that helps a lot too. So I would, if you haven't gone too far into investing into your own account, I would strongly urge you to consider like a starter account. I never used a starter account myself on any of my accounts, but I probably should have. It would have actually saved me a lot of trouble and even money if I had like, let's say, bought a starter account for $100 or something. But that's not a necessity. You don't need to do that to play the game. Um, I'm doing just fine on this account. I know if you don't want to even do like, if you don't want to spend even the couple of tickets I spent on like Kolulu and Jui, that's okay too. You can spark her, right? Like you can spark Jui with your. I would strongly recommend sparking her first. Um, Game gives out enough free crystals that you can definitely make a targeted spark within like the first month of playing, right? Then hopefully you get some good characters in your spark. You can always like figure out what to do based on the characters you get. Um, if you are willing to spend a little bit of money and you got Tui, then I would strongly consider at least spending one supper ticket, which is like $30, I guess, on Kolulu. But as long as you have these two characters, the rest of the game you can basically farm. I see. Yeah, that's an option. It's better than sparking her, I guess. Then you can spark somebody else. But in my case, I used my beginner's ticket on Kolulu, even though she's not limited, because I just wanted to get going strong, like right off the get. Because the point of this is to leave something that people can reproduce even in the future if needed. Right. Trying to keep it like somewhat possible to reproduce. That's why I didn't use a starter account, because I could have used a starter account with a bunch of limited stuff. But then actual new players can't really do that. So yeah, it's okay to play at your own pace, right? It's just if you want to improve some of that, like if you want to cut down on the grind a little bit, or uh, if you want to be a little bit more efficient with the things that you're doing, and some things that you might not know, like multi-boxing, bookmarks, etc. And whenever like, even if you're playing the game casually, right? You want to make the most out of the time that you're actually putting into the game. So whenever you feel like putting in a little bit more effort, that's when whatever I'm doing here might make a little bit more sense. Um, you don't have to do everything I'm doing. You don't have to like force yourself to like rank 170 within 2 weeks, things like that. But that's good. If you're willing to do that, then that opens up Magna 2, right? So that's not the worst idea. Yeah, it's possible to get there in like 5 or 6 days, probably. Depends on how many hours you play, of course. But I think even if you play like 3 hours a day, you can get there within a week. It's okay to spend full elixirs, right? You can watch my VOD when I fought them, basically. I'm pretty sure Yogi's are probably further ahead than on mine were when I fought them, because I basically had not focused on anything but dark. Um, but it really depends on what characters you have, right? Like in my case, I got this character called Mugen. He's a very strong character to use even off element, so I used him in like a lot of my fights. Yeah, that's fine. Right. There's nothing wrong. Oh, you reroll for Mugen. So yeah, Mugen. That's it. Make it a lot easier then. You can actually do what I did then. Like, if you watch my VODs, mostly it's just Mugen doing Mugen things and then other characters for with a very half-baked grid, grinding it out. I think I really only needed to use Elixir in one Metatron fight, which is actually kind of sad. Right? No, for Avatar actually, not for Metatron. Because Avatar does like way too much damage. Metatron I cheesed with Kirin, but you need Zui for that to work, and you also need a lot of damage. Um, so I'm not so sure you can repeat that one, because you need at least Kolulu and Zui. I think between like 6 days to like it's starting around 6 days. I think to maybe like around 10 days or something like that. You can also go to my YouTube channel actually, and on my YouTube channel. So if you go to my profile, right, I link to my YouTube channel. I think I in my YouTube description I say okay on this day we did this, etc. I haven't been doing that for like this week or this past week, but I did it for the first week. So I mentioned on the video description. Okay, this is the day that I fought Avatar, or this is the day I fought this, etc. Yeah, you should do that. It helps a lot. No, not really. You just need enough damage, right? You need like a. So I'm not even using my Seraphic weapon here, but you can use the Dark Seraphic weapon, right? You just need a sword and a katana so that you have an auxiliary and a main hand, right? And then you just need to put in enough damage there. So my part is here, right? You can even use like some drop rate, some rank boost. Skill damage is fairly easy, so you should be reaching that. I don't know if you picked Anubis skills, but that helps too because it boosts your skill damage cap for Dark Allies. Not a big deal for this quest though. You can definitely reach it. I have to be Verna. I mean, the staff setup isn't too bad, right? Like, essentially the Highlander staff setup isn't too bad. Um, it really depends on what you mean by viable. You can also get to like, is it 100% FTP or is it just like you have like a couple grants kind of thing? It depends on a lot of things, but for a pure FTP, the stuff is not too bad. So it's like Kong staff, right? 2 Europa staffs. Only one because it's a Highlander grid, but Europa staff. You want a costly stuff in there. You're gonna run the Anubis scales. You obviously need the Opus for that to be viable. No, Margulies is okay. One Margulies is okay, right? You can use it as your main hand or to run Glorybringer or something. Um, it's still a lot of normal damage. It's definitely better than nothing. And water also has like problems with consistent multi attack, which Margulies can help with. It's not the best weapon, so if you haven't, if you're saying like you only have a 0 star and if you are wondering if you should bar it, then don't bar it. Right? That you should not do. But if you already barred it, then it's not as much of a waste as people might be saying. I don't have one. Well, I'm in a bunch of Discord servers, but I haven't made one just for myself for the stream. I might do that sometime. I'm not sure. Um, haven't really found the time to do a lot of things I want to do. For now, I think I should be a little bit better next month or something, and then I'll, I'll add auxiliary resources, but whenever I get free, basically. Right now, I barely have time to play. Yeah, so the cosmic staff setup is actually not bad at all, depending on if you have the staff character and if you have a ULB opus and all that. So it's not bad. You can and if you can modify that to make like a 100% crit thing with add in like a Folia bow and add in a Europa spear, and then you can use like a Wilhelm or something to round it out. Also, don't forget that overruns are getting a full limit break next week or on the 7th, so they will be here next week, which means that you can have, especially for like full auto, it's a very strong weapon to consider because if it's for full auto, you want HP and you want it's got full crit, right? So if you run like 3 overruns and a Wilhelm or something, and you're going very far. But I would say like if you have the staff characters, then probably the staff Highlander is the more realistic and probably better grid for F2P. You're working on Halle. But Halle doesn't make sense for water, right? You mean... Oh, Halicena, okay. No, for some reason I thought of this lady. No, that's Halicena. You mean the... What's her name again? Maria and... Hacelia, right? Kinda close, I don't blame you. Because when you said the Muntata, I immediately understood, but yeah. Halle is this one. Hacelia. Sure, you can share a link and I can talk about it. Guide you. But your start team is not that bad. It's just that yeah, Summer Europa and Summer Cagliostro, their echoes don't actually stack on the same turn, right? So that's just a little bit sad. But you can most likely the meta setup for Guild Wars, unless something like they introduce someone in the Flash Fest, it's going to be yeah, the meta setup is likely going to be Sandalphone anyway, Summer Sandalphone, because his third skill is too strong, and he's a 80% echo character. So even though it's like a staff team, you might still want to run him. Summer Europa. Just run Lily and Summer Cagliostro. You need Lily just so Summer Cagliostro can get the crest she needs early. Plus Lily just very strong against fire bosses. Yeah. It's unfortunate, but that setup has not changed at all since last Guild Wars. I ran that last Guild Wars, and I don't know if it's unfortunate or fortunate, but they basically not introduced anything new for water, anything actually useful for water since then, in terms of characters. For this grid, obviously you can replace the Fimble with the Kong staff, a better Fimble basically. Mm. I would say you should unlock Gladiator and focus on ranking. Um, you know, until this is actually ULB, this is actually not that great a weapon for staff grid. It gives a cap up, but it's actually not that great. I would even replace it with Ultima or something. Well, you have an Ultima grid right here. I would main hand this, add a skill to this, and don't even run this. If you don't have ULB Opus, you can probably run what stuff is left. I would have to think about what stuff's left here. You're running the Xeno, you're running, well, some people actually run Baja stuff, but that's a little bit out there. You would have to motor calc that to see if it's actually worth it. It's not bad, I guess, but try to get this ULB is what I'm saying, I guess, for Guild Wars. But this is not a bad grid at all. You just need to have the second skill for the Ultima. You need to ULB this. If you can, replace the Fimble with Kong staff. Actually, I would replace this guy instead. Keep the Fimble but replace this guy instead. Because by itself, William doesn't really do much. It's a strong normal damage mod, yes, but you will have that between ULB Opus and Ultima and all that. Fimble probably does better. Calculate that out actually, I'm not 100% sure, but I feel like you want another stamina here than Wilhelm. Also, Wilhelm will cut your HP, whereas Fimble will add to your HP, which is a pretty big deal. So if you do get a staff, I would replace this guy with the Kong staff. But otherwise, this is not a bad grade. This looks just fine to me. You just need to actually skill level the Seraphic. This doesn't. This is not a skill level 15 either. Oh. Okay. No, that depends. This one depends on if these are good, right? If they get a good full limit break, if the numbers are good, then this looks good too. Yeah. Um, you can still consider running Ultima, especially if you're running like staff party, right? You should consider running like Ultima instead of like maybe the dagger or something. Or uh, two Wilhelms might be a little bit too much HP drop. You should consider maybe running more Oberons instead. Like just go full Oberon or something. Run an Ultima here. You will be this. Or maybe no, 3 Oberons and a Wilhelm is okay. It depends on the boss a little bit too. But these are fine grades. I don't think there's too much wrong with them. You just need to actually like finish like in the grid. Do you not have a gold bar? Probably the second one is stronger. But you know, the staff version doesn't really need the ULB opus, especially if you get the Kang staff. I see. I think I'm going to end it here. I got to 170 anyway, so I'm gonna wind the stream down. But between those two, you know, it depends on like what the Oberons look like after FLB. In theory, that grid is stronger, but the staff version is not bad, um, especially if you get Kang staff. It's about the same, I would say. It probably does more Ogi damage for your staff characters, the first version. So, alright. So I think I'm about done for today. Today I basically just focused on ranking, wanted to hit 170 and I did that. I did my daily raid rotation. I don't know where I'm at with the event. I ignored this a little bit. I should have claimed this loot. Um, there should be a sword. I'm not 100% sure actually which one of these has it. Do not have his. So obviously there's a Keen sword, right? Uh, that you can just leech. So if you go back and look up my VODs from like the first few days, one thing I did was I just leached Kirin a lot to get like the Kirin bow and the Kirin sword. These are free basically, as long as you leech enough Kirin. Just Kirin, not the HL version. You don't even need the HL version. But you can also leech the HL version because that also drops the mat, and you can buy them out in the sub. So that's one sword. Um, I I don't know if you missed the Geno or like even if you have a 0-star copy, the Geno Katana works, right? Uh, but other than that, is there a sword in any of these? We could look it up on the wiki. Dark weapons. Dark. Actually, then doesn't even have to be might skill. We just care that it's uh, dark and SSR probably. Yeah, but dark gacha weapon, yeah, that works. That's just fine too. Like, because all you really care about is that you meet the condition of main hand and auxiliary. That's it. So if you have that, then that's not a problem at all. And I want a katana or saber, I guess. So this one you can get from a side story, but it doesn't have like a damage skill. Blade of the Scourged. This is from an event, right? No, it's not a side story yet. such a very recent story event even. This is technically farmable, but really not. Uh, so as far as swords go, there's only the fist thing from side stories that's available anytime. So what about katanas? Alright, so this is Lucius' weapon. Okay, I hadn't even seen it before. These are all. Well, you can pick up the fist thing, but you can also just leech Kirin on the side while you're ranking up, because you really want the Kirin sword. Alright, anyway, it is in a way, but I think it's possible to stay competitive even as FTP. Basically, time matters more, much more. Kirin sword, the sword that I am using, right? You basically leech the red Kirin for that, this sword. So if you go like search for on the radar, right? If you just search for Wang Long and Kirin, I think you said you were rank 120, right? You just want to leech this raid a lot. The problem is this raid doesn't really run as often, and it gets full very quickly. But there is the normal version which doesn't have that much problem. It also fills up pretty quickly, but just search for Kirin here somewhere. Where's Kirin, man? Kirin. Hmm, I'm blind or something. Yeah, level 100 Kirin, right? So this one's a little bit easier to leech because it doesn't fill up as quickly. But then the problem is it doesn't have as many hosts, I think. So if we're if you're around last month, when I started the account, that's when the Rise of the Beast event was going on. So I could leech it right away, but it might be more difficult for you. Still, I would, whenever you're playing, just like keep a tab on this raid. If it's there, just try to leech it. If you see it pop by, because these weapons are essentially free and very very powerful. All right. Anyway, so I made my goals for the stream tonight, um, and it's kind of late, so I'm gonna close the stream. Thank you guys for coming along. If you are interested in what I'm doing, please do follow or something. Um, so apart from this new account thing that I'm doing, I also occasionally, very very occasionally, not nearly with regularly like this one, because this is kind of a project that I'm doing. So I'm trying to keep it regular, because I don't want to miss a day on the account when it's new. So this one I'm streaming every day uh, in the evening time in PST. Will probably not go as late most days, but today was a weekend, so. Um, but I might stream my main account, do some like hard content or something at other times. That one I don't really have like a time for, but if I do stream it, it will probably be in the morning, which it's already morning, I know, especially in the US West Coast, but I'd probably play it in like 3 hours or something if I were to stream it. Alright, so thank you guys for coming along. If you're interested, please follow. I'll see you guys around. Stay safe. Ciao.